Good evening. Hope you're all doing good. Welcome to the stream. My voice might sound a little bit weird, but I still have a little bit of a cold. I had a cold last week and didn't really do much, but I'm feeling all right now. So it's just my voice is still a little, and my nose still a little bit runny. But we're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'll be on this view for the first part of the stream. Maybe I'll switch over to the other one later. Let me make sure that it's running. Okay, there we go. So I wanna, I guess, just do some sound design first. Let's just see what happens. Or I mean, we can do some sound design while we're just making some stuff for maybe a tune or something. We'll see. We could just do some stuff. You bought live yesterday? Nice. Hey, why are you behind millimeters? Come on. Let's not do that. Yeah, so I'm working on a pack, which is, well, it's making a lot of progress, actually. I can check real quick. I still have the pack open right here, so let me check. What are we at the moment? Oh, that's probably including some other stuff. Let me check. I just want to see the WAV files. Let me just check how much that is at this point. I've made a lot of progress in the last week. Oh, we're almost at 1,000 samples now for the pack. So it's not that big yet, but that's because I did a lot of one-shots, and I'm gonna now, well, get started on making a lot of loops for the pack. But with 900 samples, it's already getting close to what the previous drum pack was, the Neurofunk drums pack. That was 1,500 samples and loops, if I remember correctly. I think this one's going to be closer to 2,000 or 3,000 or something. It's going to be a lot bigger. But, yeah, made quite a bit of progress already. So, we're doing good. And we might make some more samples for it today. Like, every stream that I do, I end up having some more drum samples that I can just put in the pack. So, it's good. Let's just put some stuff in. We'll see what happens. Might be my internet, but your audio cuts out every couple of seconds. Anyone else getting that? Anybody? Let them know. Sepia says nope. Okay, so we're probably good. Nope. What are we gonna do? Let's think. I want to have a little bit of a... No, no. Okay. Thank you. Oh, that actually works. Let's think. Let's just do that. Let's go. Thank you, Sefia. It's doing something else, but what is it doing in the first one? What was it again? I forgot. Oh yeah, G sharp. What was it? Let me check. G. Ah. Oh, we're in D minor, I guess. If I go here and change... Okay. Yeah, I checked the faceblend update. It's actually pretty close to becoming my favorite synth now. The only issue I had with it so far, maybe somebody in the chat knows. I asked in my Discord, but nobody responded to it. So, the one issue I have with it so far is it's really close to being as good as the Pigment's Granular engine for me. Like, it's kind of better in certain aspects, but it's then not as good in other aspects. The one issue I had with it was when I have a really long audio file, or not even really long, but just something slightly longer. So let's see. That's a decent size. So like something like this. This is pretty finicky now. Like if the sample is shorter, setting the position is pretty easy. But when the sample is longer, setting the position is pretty difficult and finicky to get it, like, especially if you want to move around one of these notes, for instance, it gets pretty finicky. And how Pigments fixed this is by giving you an option to zoom in on this waveform, and then this control is obviously going to be more sensitive because you're zoomed in and you're moving it with your mouse, right? So it made it a lot more easier in Pigments to deal with like longer files, as opposed to in Pigment or in Faceblend, unless there is a way to zoom in to this waveform that I don't know about. I tried a couple of things, but I couldn't really figure something out. I was trying stuff with Control and Shift, and nothing really worked. So I was like, if they can implement that, then it would basically make it so much easier to deal with longer files. Like if like for instance, like we don't hear this. Why not? Oh, it's just really quiet. Like if I... Like, it's fine, but if you want to move around one of these peaks, for instance, it gets pretty finicky. Whereas if I would take the same thing in Pigments, just to show you what I mean. Not saying that the phase blend granular thing is not good, it's really good, but it could be just a tiny bit better if they added that. Come on, there we go. So if we just take this, and then we take the same sample. So first of all, this view is wider, so that already makes it easier. But then if we just do that, why? Oh yeah, see, I can just move it like this, which is fine. But then if I want to, for instance, get around one of these peaks here, I can just do this, and I can get much finer control, which makes it so much easier when I'm dealing with a longer file, if you get what I mean. See, now I can just literally say... You can really just sort of like move around that particular peak, as opposed to being like this and having that, right? So it's just a slight little detail, but because Pigments is my go-to granular synth at the moment, so that's why I'm comparing it to Pigments. It would be such a tiny little thing to add, but it would be so good. And I'll probably send them in a feature request or something, because I have them on Discord. Like, I can send them a private message anyway. But like, that was the only thing that I was like, yeah, if they add that, it would be absolutely perfect. There's one thing that you can do, of course, which is in Faceblend, you could just say like, if you find like a little thing that you like and it's in a longer file, you can of course now edit it, which is kind of nice. So you could just open up the editor, which is cool. Let me just put that down to, I don't know, C1. Let's say you like that peak or something, you can now just go into the editor here, which is kind of neat. And then you can just edit it. What would be nice though, is it would display in the editor where the current position is set. That's another thing that I was thinking about. Because it's currently set to here. Let's say you like that section and you want to cut around that section. It would be nice if it just would visually represent that with this line in here or something like that. Or with a different line. That would be pretty cool. Or like if you press it, that it would highlight it in here. I guess I would think that would be something pretty easy to add. But yeah, that was another little thing that I was like, that would be cool. But it's nice because you could just edit it and then it shows you the thing in a closer view, I guess. So how do we do that again? Just do that. Something like that. And then just say, I don't know. Oh yeah, we need to do that. I'm not sure if there's like a crop feature. I think it's more like you just select what you don't want and then you just hit delete. And if we now go out of here, then it should, yeah, have a... Now we have finer control. So you can kind of do it, but if you then want to use a different part of the file, you're now stuck with this, right? So it's like, it would be nice if if you could just zoom in on the waveform. That's one little thing, but yeah. Other than that, it's really cool though. The ability to modulate stuff with a granular engine is quite interesting. I love that they added the time sync feature as well, because that is one of the things I really like about the Pigments granular engine, and I hadn't really seen in a lot of other granular synths. Like for instance, Quanta. They did Quanta 2, right? And I was like, when Quanta 2 came out, I was like, oh, they probably added time sync features as well, because that's the one thing that Pigments had over Quanta. And they didn't, and I was like, what? Wait, what? They didn't? And it's such a missed opportunity, because it's such a cool thing to be able to just sync the granular engine. And just get like 16 notes or 8 notes, you know, that's so much nicer. And I really like the warm start thing, that's really cool. Just having like, if you have like a lot of grains, I guess the time sync one is not the best for that, but if we go to density, Just having like all the grains start right away. It's kind of nice. Instead of having like one grain and then all the other ones come in one by one. It's kind of neat. The aligned phase is interesting. But yeah, I've only played around with it a little bit. But the ability to being able to, first of all, modulate itself, so like doing a feedback modulation is kind of cool, but also being able to use this as like an FM source, that's kind of interesting. And that's, I think, something that Faceblend now has over a lot of other different granular synths, because it's not just a granular synth, right? It's like it's kind of like a semi-modular synth, and it has all types of stuff in it, but you can cross-modulate everything, which is such a cool feature. Not having a time sync for granular is a sin. Yeah, exactly. Since I switched to pigments for all the granular stuff that I did, I used Quanda before that. But since I switched to pigments and having that time synced option for the granular stuff just made my mind go like, yes, this is so much better. And of course, having a free running granular engine is great too. But in certain instances, you just want to have it time synced, right? It just makes your life so much easier. But yeah, it's interesting. Okay, what are we gonna make? First of all, let's just do some... I learned something. I learned how to make snap sounds from scratch. You wanna know how? Let's just do it. Let's make a snap sound. I was making samples for the pack, and I was like, I need to make some snap sounds. And I was like, okay, how am I gonna make those? And I was like, let's think. And all of these were made with just synths. Let me do that. Those are all just synthesized snap sounds. And I was like, oh, that's actually pretty interesting. And it's actually really easy. So, step by step, okay. Let's go. We could do it to this thing. That might actually work. And then we'll see what we get. So we can always change the chord later. They kind of sound a little cheesy, but it's just for a start, right? All we need is some MIDI like that. Let's go, I don't know, -5 or something. Oh, that's a bit loud, holy shit. -10. Is there a velocity thing on it, probably? Where is that? Oh no, it's not. Okay, good. So I'm just gonna set this to fixed, and I'm gonna set this to 10. So we're gonna multiply this value by 10. And first of all, I'm gonna make this really short. So let's bring the initial up. Let's bring the peak down, sustain down as well. And let's bring that up. Sure. Let's copy that. Let's go. Okay. 34. Okay. That's the start. Let's go. I like putting some erosion on them. we can also mess with some other stuff. Let's see. I was trying some stuff earlier where I was doing this, using some delays in it as well. On one of them where... Let's see. It's creating an extra sort of like... Let's put a reverb in as well. Let's use the hybrid reverb, maybe before the erosion, so that the erosion is also applied to that reverb. Let's bring dry wet all the way up for now. Let's go use just the convolution. And let's see, let's try and find something. And from here I would just EQ it and I would play with the pitches as well. But that's basically the gist of it. You can get some really weird effects. And I guess you don't want to bring them too far away from each other, because then they're going to create like a chord, which is kind of weird sometimes. But you can also play with the length of the of these ones. Of course, you can make one longer or one really short, and there's just a whole ton of ways to make these. It's kind of interesting. It does take a bit of a time to get like good ones, because honestly, I think the ones that I made kind of sound better. Like that one, for instance. So it's like, just play around with the layers a lot, but it's kind of interesting. I was like, I was just looking at like a couple of snap samples, and I was like, it kind of looks like just like some really short percussive hits with a bit of noise. And I was like, let's see if I can get close with that. And just a couple of operators stacked like that with just using the delays here. And of course, changing the delay time is also going to matter. So if you just quickly record this here. Okay, it sounds really weird right now. Let's see. I kind of want to have them slightly different. But yeah, and also I was layering stuff on top of it. I think I was using like Foley layers and other kinds of things, just layering that on top. I'm not sure if I made Foley stuff already. I don't think so. No. Well, I did one loop, I think. Some really weird loop. Maybe in here, in the old one. I would probably use something like, I don't know, Do we have something with paper? Paper. Yeah, like that one. Perfect. And then just it's a shame we cannot move this around. Like, I would probably put it in a sampler instead, because then we can just use the. Oh no, that's annoying. Let's keep it in here. Then we just have to move them one by one. Just want to find something a bit crunchy like that. Get rid of the low end. Let's also guess there you have it. Not sure how it sounds in mono because we added the stereo layer. That's fine. We can add more. See, I would play around with it a little bit, but that's how I make them now, and it's quite interesting. Oh yeah, and also changing the size in here can sometimes be cool. So it gets a different, sort of like, slightly different texture. See? Suddenly has a sort of like a different tilt to it, which is kind of cool. And of course, changing this, like if we go for a different impulse, it will suddenly sound different again. And what kind of works too. So yeah, it's really interesting, but it's very simple actually. Just have like a couple of really short, tiny little... Yeah, well, it already sounds more interesting with all of this on it. Like, it's really just that. A little click with another one. And then this one again. With some noise. And then all the processing just turns it into that. It's quite interesting. I was like, oh, nice. So that's how I made all those for the pack, actually. So I guess this one can go in the pack as well. That one is kind of cool, and this one was kind of cool as well. Let's do another one with that, which one was it? Intimate Space. If I remember, that one sounded good on 75 as well. What was it? 150. And that's kind of cool. See, so it just changes the tail a little bit. I'll just put these 3 in. Why not? They look good as well. Yeah, they look pretty decent. But you can see it as well. Like, if you just look at it, you can see we have like a couple of tiny little things. And here you can see those ones that are happening because of the delay. See, that's that little thing there probably. And it's just, it's really interesting. It's a very, well, like, if you're making your own samples, it's quite nice to learn how to do stuff like that. I was like, the first thing, I was looking on YouTube, and I was looking for, like, a way to do it. And I found one person that did a tutorial about sound designing snaps from scratch. And it was such a convoluted way. I can show you what he did. It's actually really interesting too. And it's what I first tried out. So he started the exact same way. It was basically just taking like a really short blip, like I did. So just something like that. Set it to like 200 something. Like, he was doing something like that as well. And then he was doing another one that was a higher pitch. Like, slightly higher. And then he was bouncing them both to audio, I believe. Oh wait, we need MIDI, of course. My bad. It was such an interesting thing to do, but it worked. But then I was like, no, I can probably do that more easily. So he was doing this, and then freeze flatten. Let's just grab these two here. Okay. So, like, just having these two, and then you can of course offset them from each other. Like, that's pretty easy, right? So you can get a very similar thing. But then what he was doing was taking this and going into the beats warping mode. So like into the beats warping mode, and then basically just creating another point here, stretching it out, and then setting that to what was it? The loop mode. So he got like an additional thing like that. I forgot because it doesn't really work that well right now. Ah, there we go. See, so he was doing that, and then the same thing for that one. So, beats, that. And you can hear, you get like a similar kind of thing. But it's a bit more, you know, I don't know, it's a bit more finicky, especially if you can just do it in a synth, like I did here. Just using the track delays, but in theory it's kind of the same, because if we go here and just take off the noise one, it's just kind of like a couple of blips right after each other, and this kind of does the same. But It's just a more complicated way of doing it, I guess. But it works. Like, if you would freeze flatten this, you can see what it has done. See, it has just created another one. Not sure why this one didn't show up. But that's what I mean. It's a bit finicky. But it has just created a second sort of like thing here. But it has also done some... Oh no. It just looked like that. But it's just kind of annoying to work with. I guess you could... What would be a lot more easy, instead of doing it like this, would be just leaving them at the regular thing. So just like that. And just duplicating the track. And just taking like this and just offsetting it. That would be a very similar way of doing this. You could just say do that, do that. And you should get a very similar thing. So it's just like plenty of ways to do it, but I found this one to be the most easy, actually, because it's not really destructive in any way. You can always go back to it and just change the sound and change the timing of the layers to just get it more like what it should be. Like if it needs to be a bit tighter, for instance, it's a little bit too long, you can always go back in here and say, okay, I'm going to bring these delay times a little bit closer together, right? Or you can say, like, I want the noise to hit slightly before the beat. Or you can just give it like a negative delay. And now the noise slightly hits before the other, so like snap parts. So there's a ton of ways how you can do that now, and you got so much more control. Actually, that sounded quite cool. It's actually quite interesting. Not sure if we actually see that, but yours is sounding crispy. Yeah, but it's also because I didn't add like the additional processing on the other one. Like if you add the additional processing that I have here on the other one and add like a little bit of noise to it, you're gonna get basically the same thing. Let's see, why didn't that one... If I set that to -9, for instance, it should hit. Yeah, see, so you get a little bit of noise before it, which is kind of cool. That's kind of nice, having like a little bit of a pre kind of thing. Kind of makes them sound a little bit more realistic, I guess, which is kind of cool. So this, I love doing this. I was like, I love, well, in general, I just love making drums. It's really interesting because you learn a lot from just making drums. Okay, how are we gonna name these claps? Because I don't want to keep them in the project. I need to save them right now, otherwise we're gonna lose them. How are we gonna name these claps? That's alright, yes. Wave 24, okay, here we go. Or clap, snap. Oval. Oval. Okay, cool, that's the temporary name. I'll just do all 4 of these. I'll probably change that name later when I come up with a good one. I've got so many samples. There's a whole bunch of folders as well called temp. Those are basically just all chopped up one-shot samples from like sound design sessions where I just did like, had like a phase blend patch or like a different synth patch, just spitting out random percussive sounds, and I got like a ton of different sounds in here. These are all just like randomly generated percussive sounds, and I just went through the files and just exported all the ones that sounded cool. And I'm using these to then make the final sounds for the packs with. So it's kind of like there's a bunch of these temporary folders in there as well at the moment. And a lot of those are still, well, they also need to be named and, you know, the deal. Okay, let's do this one. Let's make sure that we... about there. Okay, cool. Let's see, do I have... I have a whole folder with temporary hats here. Just randomly made hats. See if we can find some cool things in there we can use. It's maybe a bit long. Just go for that. Make a kick. I might go just do some bass sound design later and see what we end up with, because it's probably gonna be better. But for now we can do this to make some sounds that we can use for the pack. Let's go in here, envelope, that. Let me make a do that. that. Let's grab you. It's kind of a nice way to get a distorted kick without actually using distortion. See, it kind of sounds similar to when you would, I don't know, slightly saturate a kick, but we're not using any saturation. It's just all in the oscillator itself. And just a very subtle morph to that kind of a shape at the start. If you want it more distorted, you just go up more. Or you blend it in a little if you want it a little bit more subtle. And you can do a similar thing with like other slightly different shapes in here as well. It doesn't have to be this particular shape, like that particular shape. It can also just be something slightly different, like that other wavetable, that BD Sign one, has a very similar kind of thing. This Serum skin is called Anthracite, but it's not available anymore. The website is offline, so you can't really get this one unless you go to my Discord server, because I uploaded it there. It's in the general tab of the Discord server, the general channel. What is it, the general chat or something? And then it's in the pinned messages. It comes with like a bunch of different color options as well, so you have like all these different options. You can just say like, oh, I want a different color, or I don't know. They all have the same background color, but then just the accent color changes, so it's kind of nice. You can just choose the one that you like most. Haven't even done click. Yeah, I like that one as well. That one. It's so fucking cursed. It's the Serum 98 one. It's so cursed. But yeah. There's a couple of other ones that I like. Which one was it? This one is kind of cool as well. This one looks quite interesting. Quite like the look of that one. It's called Transplanted. It's a bit weird. Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, I like the Android one, and I like the one that Nasco made, the Ableton one. That one is pretty cool too. That one's pretty cool. I just wished he made different colors with the accent ones, but this one is quite interesting. But I still like the Android one more. It's more chill on the eyes because it's darker. So yeah, making kicks is also quite fun. Yeah, I will probably do some bass sound design later, but yeah, I did a lot of samples already for the pack, and I definitely want to do some more. Oh, resampling. Yeah, see, you can kind of see it at the start that it has that little extra shape that I created. It's a little. I want to see if we can make a kick that has a bit more of a longer transient here. Let's see. Like or longer. This one is connected to the pitch, right? Yeah. Okay. So if I do that. Oh no! Wait, that's the. Fuck. I needed this one. If I do this. Huh. Doesn't really work like how I want it to work. Of course, because it's so low pitched. If we would do like a snare kind of deal, it would work because it's higher. I say let's do some bass sound design. Okay, let's just we're gonna use this. Fuck it. Let's just say goodbye. Let's do something something else. Oh fuck, I moved it behind millimeters. That's the one issue with millimeters. If I use it, if I move this behind here, I can't grab it. So that sometimes happens. let's just go and do... Let's put... I'm just gonna go and do some Addictive Drums. And why does that open up on my second screen? That's not what I want. And let's just make something with Addictive Drums. Let's start with just a snare. And we'll probably build a bigger kit while we go. D1. Oh yeah, and I'm going to... Let's just put some notes in real quick. Oh yeah, this kind of a thing asks for more of like a pattern like that. Let's edit this one a little bit. It suddenly sounds really crap. That's fine. We're gonna make it sound good. Kind of good in terms of the pitch. Let's not use that one. Let's go. That's fine. Oh wait, let's... What I've been doing lately, I hate having to work with an entire kit inside of Addictive Drums. It's just because it also like, for instance, when I have a snare drum, right? Like here, I have a snare, and as soon as I add a kick drum to this, I can send the signal to the separate outputs here, right? Which is great, but, and it's understandable because that's how a real drum kit would work as well. The overhead signal and the room signal is going to have the kick drum in it as well. It's going to have the snare drum in it. It's going to have the hats in it. It's going to have everything in it. And if you want to have sort of like, what I like to have is basically having just the snare by itself, which includes the overhead or the room, and then the dry signal of the snare. And that having that together, so you can process that by itself, and doing that and having that for the kick drum as well. But that's of course not really realistic if you would be recording a real drum kit. So I can see why that's not a possibility in here. But it would be really good if there was like a separate out, including the overhead and room or something like that. That would be really good. Because so what I do is I just usually have like different channels. So one for like the snare, one for like the kick or something like that. Or I'll make one kit inside of one Addictive Drums and then I'll just duplicate them a couple of times and then just remove all the kick notes in one of them and all the snares in the other one. Because it just makes it so much easier to work with. And you can send these separate out as well, but then you're still going to have like everything combined in those, so... But like, I guess if you're making like a real drum kit, then yeah, it makes sense. Because what I just told you is basically not possible when you're doing a real drum kit recording. You cannot physically separate the sound of the snare from the sound of the rides in the overheads, right? It's just not possible. But when you're making non-acoustic drums, it's something that's a little bit more helpful to have. Okay, let's just go and do some interesting. Yeah, let's just do that. And let's just do... Come on. Just put some notes in. Why are these so fucking quiet? Okay. Why are you so goddamn quiet? Maybe because it lacks high end. Guess we want to have a kick as well. Come on. That. And we're just gonna put a note in right here. And I guess... yeah, maybe just there for now. Let's go in here. I don't like using the room because it gets so wide when you use the room signal. I find having just the overhead a lot of times is already enough. Sometimes you want to have a little bit of the room though, but having the room just fully in there just makes it really wide, and that's most of the time just not what I want when I'm making drums. Usually I'll just start with something and then just start setting up a little bit of a patch, because when you've done that you're gonna hear much better what the differences are between these. Like if we just crank that up a little and then just let's shorten this a bit because it's a little bit long. And we can use shift to curve this. Let's actually put some more kicks in. Something like that, maybe. And most of the time I wouldn't even really be, I wouldn't really care too much about the low end of this kick, because it's more going to be for like texture, layered on like a synthesized kick most of the time, so... Sometimes you want to use like the acoustic kick though, sometimes it sounds cool, but... Let's switch this on as well, so we only get one sample, and we can change which sample we get by setting the velocity, but I like setting the maximum sort of like velocity here, because then you can have like a more darker kick while still having the same velocity as that. Whereas if I would leave it there and then change the velocity here, we're also gonna get a darker kick, but also quieter, right? So I like to go in here and then just change this to where I like the sound, and then I can even bring this all the way down. And then if we now go in here, we can still do the velocity thing. And if you don't like how it switches to that different sample there, you can also just go into Addictive Drums and bring this up. So it's basically just around one percent here, so just set it to one specific thing, and then we get that sample, but we get just that sample being changed in velocity. So, oh, just type in the chat, !meters, METERS, and you'll get the answer to that question. I find getting the right kick drum is most of the time the biggest challenge for me. Okay, let's go in here and let's just do some extra processing. Let's go and do... What should we add? What should we add? Yo, Chris, did you hear me? Let me do it for you. There we go. At least if the bot is awake. It should be. Yeah, it should be. It should pop in just a bit. Let's just grab this maybe. And because we have them as separate layers now, we can also process them different, right? So we can just say like, okay, this is the kick. Let me do 82 kick, 82 snare, 82 hats. And we can now just also process it different, so it's very nice. No, I know. I haven't really released music in a while, but we're working on that. We're working on that. When the time is there, you'll see it. That sounds pretty good in mono, actually. So one thing I always like to try out when I have like a little bit of a break that I like is taking the tempo inside of Ableton and just saying like, I don't know, 135. Were you focusing more on packs and things like that? Yeah, basically, yeah. I was focusing a lot on making tutorials and making videos and making products and making packs, making videos for other companies, doing all kinds of stuff, but not making my own music, basically. And with that, I kind of created a habit of just making short little clips, because I was just making short little clips of things to demonstrate what I wanted to show in a tutorial video, and I got stuck in just making loops for a really long time. And it took me a bit to get out of that, honestly. And now I'm kind of in the process of making tracks that I like and that fit what I have in mind for the idea that I have. I have a whole plan. I talked about this on previous streams as well. When the new music is going to be done, it's going to be released under a different artist name, because the whole Artifacts artist name is how people know me, but it's not really the best name in search engines, if you get what I mean, and for like how to pronounce it and all that kind of stuff. Plus, it's also connected to all my old music and all the old things that I did. So I kind of want to separate it from the new music that I'm working on. And it's also just going to be a name that's easier to pronounce, easier to remember, and all that kind of stuff. So, but that is all going to come. Right now, we're mostly just... I'm working on a sample pack at the moment. Working on a drum sample pack, but that's also a sample pack that's going to contain basically a lot of... Well, I was listening to the things that I made, and I was like, I need to be able to make drums more quickly. So I was like, I'm going to make myself a huge pack of like drums that I made that I can use in tracks. So I've already made a huge start. I can show you some of the samples. I'm not going to show all of them, but like we have some like nice dirty like kick drums and all that kind of stuff. I can talk over it, then you can't really rip it. And like cleaner ones, and just everything sorted by key and labeled properly, and doing that for everything. So I've also been making like breaks and fills and just everything drum-wise, basically. And I'm kind of making it for myself, but I'm also going to release it. I think well, at least I want to try to get some, at least maybe one track out under the new artist name, if not 2 or 3 tracks together with the pack, so that I kind of can launch them at the same time. That's hopefully, well, that's kind of what I want to do at the moment. So then it would also be like, yo, if you like the tracks and you want to get the sounds of the drums in the tracks, then you can get the pack, right? But yeah, it's just going to be so much easier, because a lot of these sounds that I'm making are very, they're very basic. Like, for instance, if we just have like this, for instance, let's say we want to have some shakers in this, we can just grab one of these. I don't know which one. I made a ton, but let's just, I don't know, grab one of these. And we got some extra... Oh, it's of course slower tempo now, so let's set it to repitch. And these have a lot of swing, so let's grab a straight one. So it's going to be really easy to use them, because they're all very basic, or not basic, that's not the right word. They're not too layered. It's not like you get like a loop with like the kick, snare, hi-hat, shaker, and everything in one loop. I hate it when people do that, because when you then have like, oh, I just want to have the shakers made. Just give me the shakers separate. So I just made a lot of loops that are like separate shakers, separate hats, separate this, separate that, and you can just take bits and pieces and use them together. And that will speed up my own workflow a lot as well, because, well, it's just easier, you know? And having like some fills, like let's say, I don't know, I want to have a little fill at the end, we can just grab one of those fills and just say, let's put that in there. Not sure if this one is actually going to work, but... And you just get... Oh yeah, we're at slower tempo, repitch. You just get like a little extra fill, and you can just chop it up, I don't know, do that, fade it in, so you just get like a little end section, but I want to make a ton of these, so like a whole bunch of different lengths, and... Well, you get me. But let's quickly check, because if we have this at like this 135, I'm gonna create an audio track, set that to resampling, and let's go, or no, not that, resampling, this, I have a resampling track here, but I'm making a new one because this one is set to external out, and I can't export that one. So I'll just do it like this. What the fuck do you mean with a rim shot of doom? What the fuck is a rim shot of doom? So, one thing with Addictive Drums is a lot of the snare drums, like this one is already quite high-pitched, but a lot of the other snare drums in it are quite low-pitched. like the original recordings. So if you pitch them up, you can only go up to like a full octave, which a lot of times isn't enough. So what I a lot of times do is just bounce the break that I made, and then just set this to repitch here, and then speed the project back up to like 175 or something, so drum and bass tempo, and now you get much more drum and bass like feeling break, because it's a higher pitch. And you won't get this pitch out of Addictive Drums a lot of times, because it just doesn't have that range. So it's a little tip I can give you, just slow your break down, and then bounce it, and then pitch it back up. Because a lot of times it'll sound so much better. Like if we combine this, it might not be the right pitch now, that's the one thing. You have to kind of figure out how much you have to slow it down to get the right pitch after speeding it up, or use like something like a frequency shifter afterwards to get it right. But it's a really good way to make a break. But actually, it sounds alright. We can check what the snare's hitting here. Ha, nice. Snare's hitting on A. Snare seems to be hitting on A, which is the fifth above what the bass is playing. So that would actually work really well. Because the bass is in D, and if the snare is in A, then that kind of creates a good interval. I'm not sure what this one is. So that one is in E, so we went up 5 semitones by doing that. A rim shot of Doom, as in just really hard rim shots. Oh yeah. I already made a bunch, I think. I already made a few. I'm not gonna play them all on stream, but I think I already made some. Where are they though? Oh yeah, I just have a bunch of temporary ones that I need to make good ones from. But yeah, it is definitely on the list of making rim shots for it. Like Addictive Drums is also pretty good for that. There's some more rim shotty type ones, but I know how to synthesize them as well, so I'll probably synthesize them myself. But yeah, rim shots is definitely something I need to make, because I have no folders with good sounding rim shots that are organized at all. Honestly, there's a couple of ones in like the snare folders that I have with like my own samples, but like rim shot samples, I need to make a separate folder for it. I agree. Let me actually put that on the to-do list for the pack. Oh, it's still open. Nice. Let's just say make rim shots. There we go. That way I don't forget. I also want to make like a whole ton of different claps. I think I made one. Oh, I made a couple. But like claps like that, just really good claps for like the pack, so that, yeah, it just needs to have everything that you might need for drums. So I might even put in some techno kicks or some stuff like that, because I don't want it to be just for drum and bass, right? I'm already thinking ahead, because my next artist, I don't just want to do drum and bass. I might want to do some other slower stuff for some other things, right? So I kind of, there's also breaks or like percussion loops in like different tempos. We got like 124, 132, 140, 172. There's going to be like a ton of different tempos as well. So it's not only going to be good for drum and bass. And I guess I need to make 808s, because people want that, I guess. It's kind of a drum sound too, although it's kind of also a bass sound, but I guess I need to make trap hi-hats, even though I don't make trap myself, but hey, I kind of need to make a few. Just a ton of stuff I need to make still. Most of the one-shots I'm kind of, well, pretty far already. It's going to be a lot of loops from this point on, but then the pack is also going to grow quite quickly, so. No clue when it's going to be done, because it's still a lot of work, but yeah. It's nice. See, the one thing that kick is now really high, right? So what I'm gonna see is, let's go in here. So the final thing came to be 5 semitones up after pitching it up. So if I go into the kick, I can think, so if my track is in D, for instance, and I want the final kick to be sort of like roughly around D, then we can change this to, that would be A, I guess. So we can play the kick, and I'm just gonna go and check real quick. So I'm just gonna grab a Max for Life device, just drop that in here. So we can see here, A would, oh yeah, of course, that will be 110 or 55, because it's A is 220, of course, or 440. So let's say 55. Let's say we're gonna aim for 55 hertz. I'm gonna go into millimeters. Let's just quickly set up a line here at around 55. So that shows up here, and I can just go into Addictive Drums, and I can just start looking at this and say like, okay, we want that to be roughly there. For instance, this one is a bit weird because it kind of has 2 peaks. See? Has like a double peak. And if we now go back to 135, and we record this, so let me just put this on the side. And we now go and speed this up, so set this to repitch, and then go to 175. Now this is hitting on D. See? So now the kick is hitting exactly on D. And the snare is hitting on A. Which would work perfectly in a track in D minor. So it's just a really interesting way of doing that, but it makes the drums sound better, in my opinion, because the thing with drum and bass breaks, right? If you think back to like the old school way of doing drum and bass, back in the hardware days, or back in the days when drum and bass first came around, it was all sampling old school breaks. It was all just sampling funk breaks, like funk records, and just sampling the drums and just speeding them up. And that's how they got that sound. So if you want to get a more authentic kind of sounding break, a lot of times it involves speeding it up. And it makes the hits sound tighter as well. Yeah, exactly. It takes the acoustic hits, makes them sound tighter. And that's a lot of times what you want for drum and bass. And it would work perfectly in D minor, yeah. If we would take, well, the drums. And then the kick has a bit of width to it as well, so that's a bit annoying. I would treat these separate before resampling it, obviously, but... And I would also layer, like, something under this, because I wouldn't use this kick the way it is. It's just too... You can see it here as well. Like, if you look at the frequency analyzer in the top left, you can see that. You can see that the low end of that kick is just really muddy and really... It's not really consistent. See, there's no real, like, low frequency there. That's just the fundamental. Like, it is here a little bit, of course. There's some, but it's not really, like, a nicely synthesized kind of sound. And that is probably what you do want to layer underneath it to kind of give it the punch that it needs. But I can tell you, like, I've been working on some tunes behind the scenes that I haven't really played on stream, and I'm also probably not gonna play them on stream. I'm probably just gonna keep working on them off stream. And some of them did kind of came from something that I did on stream, but then was changed into something completely new. And a ton of these things have a lot more of, like, this type of style drums. So I think the tracks that are going to be the ones that are going to come out first are going to have, like, definitely more like break style drums. I love that sound as well. I love the sound of old school breaks, but with a more modern production, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Neurobreak is bringing back old breaks with new school shoe shine. That's a really good way of putting it. But yeah, that sound. Just like the old school way of doing things where you have like the more acoustic break type sound, but then mixed with a slight digital part to it to make it more fresh, I guess. Kick is also a little bit long, by the way. That noise is a little long for the kick. But let's go in here. And I'm just gonna go and do that. Try that out. Oh wait, we need to go to a slow tempo. That's the only thing I forgot. And what we can also do, by the way, that's actually pretty nice. We can add some swing. Like, I love it when a break has a tiny bit of swing. Not too much, but just a little bit. Like if we just, let me consolidate that. Just a tiny bit. And let's make sure all of these have that applied to it. Groove, let's grab that one. Let's do that. And, well, in here, right here, we have the timing. So we can just say like a little bit. Ooh, that's nice. I like that. Kind of busy, but could be cool. Also, what you definitely want to do in Addictive Drums, you have these sort of like, this one is the same as that one. So what I do a lot of times is I alternate between the two. I think it's kind of like a round robin, so to make it sound slightly more. And also when you have these quick ones, it doesn't sort of like cut the other one off when, or you don't get like the same one layered on top of each other. So you kind of want to do that, and that. I can just So especially on these quicker ones, it now doesn't sort of like layer the exact same one on top of each other, I believe, but it's just a slight round robin, so it doesn't start like sounding weird, it doesn't start phasing or anything. So if we now take that and let's just I'm just gonna go and, well, ultimately I would probably just do these separate, but for now let's just bounce the whole thing again. Go back to repitch mode on that break, speed the project back up. It's a little bit hectic with the extra snares that I added, but especially that last part is a little bit weird, but it's still a good break though. And from here you can always go further and start messing with it again. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Probably just leave it like that and then just gate it with like just chopping the audio. Can also try this. Kind of works too. Kind of starts sounding like a choked hi-hat. Kind of neat. Oh yeah, I already made sure that the hi-hat is centered, because by default in Addictive Drums, I believe it's like 14% left or something like that, which is more like realistic, like the toms are spread as well. But for drum and bass, you don't need that. You just want them centered. This is actually a pretty decent break though. Even on like the slower tempo as well. It's a pretty good break. I quite like this pitch as well, to be honest. So that would be A minor or A major, because it's the kick is hitting on A and the snare is hitting on E, if I'm correct. Yeah. Are you using circular or triangular penning on your DAW for the drums? I almost never pen stuff, honestly. I almost never pen stuff. What I usually deal with more is like width. Like if I very rarely I will have a sound in the left or just in the right or like slightly left or slightly right. It's more like it's gonna be wider or narrower most of the time. But that's just me. Okay. Oh yeah, that sounds weird because it's set to complex mode. Let's go and do beats. No, not beats. Well, beats is also cool because then it retains the pitch, so... But in that sense, I would probably just go back to the Addictive Drums and make these lower pitched. If I want this pitch in the drum and bass tempo, then I would probably just make the drums lower pitched in Addictive Drums and then speed them up. So I now know if I want to have the right pitch, I just need to go like 5 semitones down, set it to 135, and then make the break, or export the break then, and then just speed it back up to 175, and then it's 5 semitones higher, or like roughly. But if we go to repitch, I still think the kick is a little weird on this one, so, but whatever. Now the thing is with this, which is gonna be really fun as soon as we start chopping it up. So let's see what we get. Let's go, because I want to hear what we get. Yeah. That's really nice as well. Where's the other kick? Let's just do that one. Oh wait, I can grab that one. Probably have them separate, but that's fine. I love that pattern as well. Such a good pattern. And then here we can do the... We can grab that one. I would have them separate though. Like I would like to have the head separate and all that, but it's a good break. Definitely a nice break. Doesn't work with this pattern though for the bass. Like we would need something else. doesn't matter. We're not really making a track at the moment. We might be able, and we might go into that in just a bit though. Emulator X, wasn't that by Emu, if I remember correctly? We could go for a pattern like that. Something like this. I remember having that thing. It's I had it a long time ago because my first audio interface was the Emu 1616M, if I believe. Yeah, it had a more filter. I remember that. The Emu 1616M PCI Express. I believe that's the one that I used to have. Yeah. This thing. That was my first audio interface. It had like this card that was just a PCI Express card, basically, that you would just put into your motherboard, and then you would connect a cable from this one to this box. So it's like, these days we just have a USB cable, but back then you just had like a card in your PC that would physically connect to the external box. But it also came with the Emulator X software. I remember that. Yeah, it's like I'm not sure. I think Spore had like an Emu sampler. And the Emu samplers had very similar filters, but they were slightly different. They were called the Z-plane filters. And they were kind of like the predecessor to what became more filters, I think. So it was like they had like these really interesting filters that would morph from one shape to another. It was slightly different from, I think, how a morph filter works, but it's very similar. Yeah, I remember. I know which ones you mean. They're basically a very staple sound from early drum and bass. Those filters, like everybody was using Emu samplers, like the hardware samplers, and using those filters for respaces because it was just what everybody did. Back in the day when people would, mod their Emu samplers with like hard drives and shit because the storage on the thing was absolutely horrible. Yeah, I never had one physically myself, but I've been at places where they had like multiple. So yeah, I've seen plenty, and I've used plenty as well. But not like I don't have one myself. They're pretty cool though, but it's a bit, when you're used to working in the box and working with software, it's a bit clumsy, right? That's probably the best way to describe it. Um, it's not as convenient as digitally working, but there is a certain charm to it. Definitely, there's a certain charm to hardware. Um, Although at this point, when I would like to have something hardware based. Honestly, the thing that I am really interested in when just looking at hardware synths at the moment, would be the Novation Peak. That one just looks so cool to me. I just really like how it looks and what it can do. Um, so I am tempted to at one point maybe get one of those. Well, and part of me always wants at some point to own a Prophet, but that's just me, you know. That's just me. I love the sound of a Prophet synth. So if I would ever had the capability to get one, then yes, I would. Like either the Prophet 5 or 6. They both sound cool. They both have their own kind of distinct sound. Um, but yeah, they're really cool. But also pretty pricey. Any hardware synth is pricey. I mean, let's be honest. Cost wise, it's not really the most logical approach to making music. Going hardware. A Virus is great. Yeah, Virus is great. I guess modular could be something I could see myself getting into, but then I see the price tag of everything, and I'm like, uh, let's not do that before I get into a new addiction and waste all my money on that. Like, your rack looks really cool to play with, but honestly, for now, I'll just play with the digital equivalent of it because, yeah, that's uh, that's a lot of money when you want to get into like modular stuff. I mean, you can start out simple, I guess. It doesn't have to be that expensive right off the bat, but I know myself, and I know myself too well. When I get into something, I wanna get more, right? And with something as modular, where it's literally just like, oh, you can just buy some more modules and just hook them up. Dude, I'm gonna spend every money that comes in on new modules. I know how I am. So, for the sake of myself, let's not do that. As much as I would like it, though, maybe if I one day make a shit ton of money with something, then hey, maybe I'll be like, oh, I'll get some modular stuff. But for now, no. But I've been playing with what was that digital? Well, you've got VCV rack, of course, but I was using what was it called? Where is it? I forgot the company name. Um, Distro? Yeah, Cardinal. Cardinal is pretty cool. And I've been using it quite a bit for like if I want to get like one of those sounds that is just like drifting out of tune. Like that's what modular is so good for. Like or any hardware thing basically, any hardware synth. Those sounds that just slightly drift out of tune and just aren't perfectly in tune. A lot of times when you want like some cool pads or some cool like lead sound or something, that is a really good use case. K2 Behringer, yeah. I'm not a big fan of Behringer, honestly. They've got some good stuff, but then Uli is also a bit of a weird one, so yeah, I'm not sure, mate. But I mean, I'm not too. I don't really care too much about it. I got some Behringer hardware units here. I've got a little rack set up here with some hardware. And there's some old Behringer stuff in there as well. So some of the stuff is good. but he's also got some shady things going on. Like, just how he makes the products is, yeah, it's questionable at times, you know? Because he literally just copies other hardware units, and that can be, well, it's a bit tricky, you know, the whole legality of it. And I believe he's based in, his factories are based in China or something, so that's how he can get away with it as well. It makes it easier to get away with it, I think. It's just, it's a weird situation, but he makes a lot of sounds that are really expensive, available for much cheaper to a lot of people. So that is, in my opinion, then again, kind of good. But then, I don't know. There's a whole lot of legalities to it as well. He's had some lawsuits. Let's just say that. A lot of times when one of his hardware synths come out, or are like announced, they go at least with some controversy, or some potential lawsuit threats or something like that. There's been quite a few instances of that with Behringer products, which is also quite funny to see. I mean, let's be honest. Which one was it? There was a lawsuit that was that I looked into back then, which was pretty crazy. Was it Yamaha and Behringer? I forgot which two companies. Well, it was Behringer and another company. But it became this huge thing. I forgot how it ended actually, but he probably got away with it pretty good. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have. Well, there's a couple of products I believe where he changed the name slightly and then he was able to release it, something like that. It's weird. Legal stuff is weird to begin with. Oh, we're here 2 months. So let me see. I'm gonna go and grab these and just put them there for now. And let's take a copy of this. So let's see. Let me grab that. It's pretty good. Oh, wait. Switch back to 135. And now I can also make the kick a little longer. I can even make... we don't want to have that too long. That's good. Okay, and if I now freeze these three tracks, just do that. I need a drink, by the way. There we go. We can just take this, that, and that. We can just drag that down. So now we got these three in audio. And if we set these to repitch and go to 175, we got that pattern. And because the break is now pitched up, the kick drum has already become shorter again, so that's why I made it longer. And if I want it to be shorter in a certain area, I can just edit this, right? I can just cut it. Okay. Kind of like this break, so... Let's just chuck that on here. Probably want to bounce that one real quick because it's a pretty good break. I guess we can put that in the pack. Bounce that. Yeah, let's just bounce that. Let's go and put that in the breaks category. Drum breaks. And let's go and do 175. Yeah, I'll figure that out later. Do we want to bounce this as well then, I guess? That's pretty good as well, so let's just do that. That's just gonna be a separate a separate version of it, so just a different pattern. And it sounds better than this one. This one sounds a bit weird. It has the higher pitch kick. That was the wrong pitch, so we don't really need that one. But that way, now we have these two for the pack as well. Cool. See, that way I just keep getting more sounds for the pack, and if I just keep doing that, then the pack will get done eventually. Damn. My nose. It's actually quite cool. Also works, but let's stick to D. Drum bass for now. Let's think what we're gonna do in D. Let's make some. I'm thinking about what. Let me hear the drums by itself. I have an idea. Yeah, I have an idea. What could work? We could do. Let's just start with a really simple patch for now. I guess I can just use the patch that I already have. So that would be. Let's think. Something like that, and then we need a response to it. Okay, let's think. What if we go with with C sharp? And that would be D harmonic minor, but that's fine. Let me. See if we can get something cool. Okay. Like that. Can maybe give this one a slight pitch bend at the end. Let's see what we get then if we do that. Oh wait, let's not do that in here. I keep forgetting. I have a Max for Life device called MIDI wheels, and it's actually really nice. You can just drop that on a track in front of your thing here, and you've got a mod wheel and a pitch bend that you can actually automate in here. So you just have your mod wheel and your pitch bend ready to automate. Which is nice, because you don't have to open up the clip. And you can just automate it in here and see it together with all your other automations. Holy shit. So it's nice. It's called MIDI wheels, and I just grabbed it from the, what is called, the Max for Life device library website. Get some weird shit. Or we can try using one of those, where is it? One of these. That's weird. That sounds way worse. Let's go back in front of it. Or one of these could also be cool. Let's try one of these. I'm not entirely... Well, I think what the reverb filter is, it's kind of more like just a reverb impulse response that has been turned into a filter shape or something like that. But it's a weird filter for sure. Any of these ones are really cool to play with. What do these do? I just wished the filter here had the same view like this one here, but I get why not. But it would be nice to see it, because here you can actually see what it's doing, and you can also check what like it's doing in terms of like the phase and all that kind of stuff, which is nice to really understand what the filter is doing. I mean, but the ring mod one can be cool too, by the way. But you have to key track that one to really make it work. But it can be really weird. Why is it, by the way, why is it... What? Okay. It's not the same every time though. Maybe, oh yeah, because these are not. Come on. Give us the nice. Now it is. Come on. Ah. Can give some weird tones, and sometimes if you position it just right, it sort of like aligns with the modulation of what you have. I'm trying to find that. Oh, there. Where was it? Somewhere around here, but fuck it. Sample and hold does the same, by the way. You can also key track that and then get like a similar thing going on, which is kind of cool. What else do we have here? Let's try one of these. Never really used that one. That's more like a low pass, so let's take that off. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. That's actually pretty cool. I would bet that would sound good with like a pretty neuro-y kind of sound. This filter. Never use it though, but might use that on some more like filtery neuro bass. I think that could work pretty well. And that bottom one, the scream low pass. Okay. That's not that interesting. This one, which one was it? I think this one. Yeah, that one is weird as well. It's a weird low pass. Like some extra weird harmonics. But that's not what I wanted to do here. Let's see. We need to add some sub to this one. Let's just group that and create another chain. Let's just drop another Serum in there for now. And we can drop this one down, maybe? Wait. What pitch is that playing, actually? That one. I'm just gonna loop this real quick. Oh yeah, C sharp. So yeah, okay. It's just. I was looking at it. I was like, why is it? Because these are spaced apart in a different way, and I was like, huh, what? it's just the scaling, I guess. It's weird. See what happens if we take like a low sub with that upper sound and then grab some distortion. Let's just grab saturator maybe and just crank that up a little. I want to see if we can we need to put that on here. What do we want to do with this? This sound. See if we can find something interesting. Let's see, put the metronome on. Okay. Let's do you. We can put that in front of the saturator. Okay. Let's try this one. gonna see if we can use one of these to maybe if we put you in here and put a filter in front of it. That responds a little bit better. And then if we do this and map that to here. Yo, chat is really quiet. Is the chat frozen? No. You are just really quiet. I need a vibe. Otherwise I'm not gonna find something that I like. I need a vibe that introduces some kind of a melodic element to this. What are we gonna do to find that? We could do some granular stuff with face blend, maybe. We haven't done that yet today. Face blend. Did they also make? Oh yeah, they did. Nice. What did they make? Vocals. Please give us a preview option in here. Give us a fucking preview option in here. Is there one? No. Ah, mate, that's another missed opportunity. I have already like a ton of extra requests for them. Zoom in here. Preview in here. What else was there? There was another one. Oh yeah. The disposition having represented in here. There's a ton of things I would like to have added. Okay. Let's make some what is that? C sharp? C sharp. Yeah. Probably changes throughout the loop. C. But then here it's not. Yeah, so it's like it changes. question. It's D minor to C sharp minor. Really simple, but that could be a cool start for a tune, actually. That might lead to something. Dun, dun, dun. It's an interesting little motif, I guess. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Something like that. Dun, 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 dun. And maybe want to change the basses as well. Yeah. Dun, dun, dun. To A. And that should lead us perfectly back into the 1 as well, because that's A back into D, which is the 5th to the 1. So that should loop perfectly. Yeah, see? Just a little good tip. If you want to have like a good, well, one of the good transitions back to the root is always the 5th. The 5th or the which one is that? The 7th? Like one below the root as well. So if you're in like regular minor, then it would be C in this case. In harmonic minor, it would be C sharp. That also leads perfectly back up into the root, of course, because it's just a single step. But the 5th back to the 1 always sounds good. Okay, we have some a bit of a interesting chord thing that we can mess with now. It's playing something else. It's playing something else though, because it's not. I'm gonna quickly go and let's put another something in here. Just that. See? It's different. Oh wait, we can just do that. Sounds really weird like that. What? Let's grab a sample that is actually just one that I know what pitch it is. I'm gonna grab, let's just go in here. And let's grab... What do we got? That's just octaves. Yeah, so if I put that in here, that is all just octaves. And I can set this to C something. See what we got. I really like that you can modulate back into itself. It's so cool. It gets really noisy really quickly, but just a tiny bit. Can add that, so like distortion to it. I really wish we could zoom in though on the waveform. That would make it so much easier. I guess we can do that. We can do this. There we go. We're zooming in on the waveform. I can't see the chat now, but there we go. Now I can see the chat. Ooh, there it sounds really cool. Yo. Yeah, we want that. Why can't I? No, I don't want that. Yo. I want to control the depth of that with a macro. Why isn't that popping up? Oh hey, there it went. Oh, there, below it, of course. I need to change that in my template, mate. I need to make this one a different color. So it's not purple. Or in my skin. I need to make that one a different color, otherwise it's not that easy to find. I was like, where the fuck is it? But it's right there. I'll just make that one the same yellow color or something. The orange color that I have for the Faceblend logo as well. that would probably make it a bit better. Or like some other, or a tiny or like a brighter color purple or something. I think there's a separate thing for that, so I'll do that. That might be better. So now I can bring that in. It's kind of cool. Why is my audio crackling every now and then? Do you guys hear that as well, or is that just me? Maybe because the attack is also... Let's see. Yeah, my audio is crackling sometimes. Let me refresh my my interface real quick. Do that. Like, this is also cool. We can just use multiple and stack them. And what happens if we cross-modulate this to this one? Let's try it out. Let's try on the shift for a change. Let's see what happens. We'll just use that one as well. Yeah, I really like the update though. The new Granular engine is a really good thing to have. It's the one thing that I waited for so long when with Faceplant. I was like, mate, when they add that, it's gonna be so much better. The only thing, yeah, like I said, a couple of little things I would like to have added. Zooming in on the waveform, having the position here as well, so that you know, like, if this is set here and I just want to chop that section out of it, I can instantly see if I open this up where that was set. So just having like that line right here, just having another line somewhere that represents the position, that would be good. And a couple of other things, but I'll make a whole list and I'll just send them the entire list. I'll just be like, yo, here. See if you can add these things, please. But so far, it's already really good. The one thing that it definitely has over all the other synths is the modulation stuff. Like, being able to FM from a granular source is something I haven't really seen. Yeah, I definitely should put some reverb on it. Oh. What happens if we set this to a chord? It's probably not going to work, but let's see. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, that won't work. Only octaves will work. Maybe the fifths one. Fifths kind of works. Yeah, it's a bit weird. I agree. I was having it like this is a bit better. Okay, so let's think. We can. Fuck, I had an idea, but I forgot what I wanted to do. Well, whatever. I don't know anymore. I forgot it. Just automate that. Oh, wait. Let's assign that to a macro. Let's just do that. Filter it. Yeah, sure. That's a filter on the Rotterdam way. Filter it. That was a typo, but Rotterdam people in Dutch, they kind of put a T after everything, after every word. So I guess we can do that for a filter too. Then it becomes a filtered. Only Dutch people will understand that one. That one is now completely crap. Oh, it misses the automation, of course. Let me do this. Probably want to change that one anyway. But I need when I make a track, I always need a vibe or something melodic to get the track really started. Like, I can do some sound design for bass, that's fine. I can make some bass patches and stuff. But when I actually start writing a tune, I always need something melodic that inspires the track. It can be a vocal, can be a synth sound, can be a guitar or something, but it needs something melodic so that I know what I want to do with the bass, if you get what I mean. Because a lot of times, especially when you're dealing with like intervals of like chords and stuff, A lot of times when you write the bass line first, you're listening to the melody of the bass line, right? And you'll be writing a melody, and then when you start adding the harmony notes on top, or the stuff that is the more melodic stuff, a lot of times you'll end up noticing that it might not sound like you wanted it to sound, and that is a lot of times because the melody of the bass is wrong. And it's just that when you have the top part first, or like the melodic part first, you then can basically just add the bass notes that work with that melodic thing, and then you a lot of times end up with different bass notes than when you would start with the bass line, for instance. So it's I don't know. For me it's an approach that just works a lot better. It depends per person, I guess. For me, it just works better. Okay, I like that patch though. So let's see if we can make this into a bit of a. Let's do that one. We can even do another, just repeating this one. And wait with that last change until the end of the, so like the intro. Okay, let's go and quick kick drum patch. We are in D, so if I do 2 up and then 3 down. Pretty good. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. That also works. So we could do that and then go into kind of like a build slash break for, well, break slash build, I guess. Dun 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 dun, something building up like that. Now, obviously we need something more on top of this to make it more interesting, but it's a start. I can bring one of those, where are you? Here, percussion. Let's try one of those snaps that we made. Okay, that one just works better. Maybe this one. I really like this one. That one works good though. Probably want to cut the drums out here and then have something. We can even, I don't know, do a little stop or pitch bend down effect on that, filter closing. Dun, 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 dun. Let's just grab that, because why not? How long is that? 343. Let's make sure it's, oh, 343, there we go. let's grab this one. Because there are some cool percussion ones in this one. So if I just turn these off, then we get just a percussion. Oh no, I need to turn that one off and that one on. We get just a percussion of these, and I can just put in a MIDI note. So let's say... Ooh. Ooh, I wished I had that one without the higher thing. Although the higher thing is cool too, but I wish I had them separate. Ooh, does the library come with percussive things? Oh, it does. Ooh. I have no clue which one is low. Well, we can check. Yeah, that low boom is really good. And the high thing is good too. I'm not sure if that low boom is going to be included here. Let's quickly check. I really like that low. Oh, why was that? Why did you close down? Cymbals, clumsy panda. Yo, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you closing down every time? I mean, I can get that one separate by just low passing it, honestly. Ghost of the Widow. Solo percussion. Is there a solo percussion as well? Oh, it's solo percussion. Let's try. It's so weird why it does that. I'm not sure why. Oh, there's a lot more in this one. Don't think so. Not that. Because that's a different sound, clearly. Training camp. What is temtems? Is that's either a low thing or a high thing? I think that's a really high thing. Fucking Kontakt being weird. Yeah. This library, by the way, is a pretty nice library. Like, these patches are pretty simple, but some of these things are really cool. Let's see. Eru, impressionistic. This is such a cool library. It's kind of like it's Chinese and Mongolian instruments, I believe, with a bit of reverb. Yeah, there's some really nice sounds in here. These Morinkur, that's a Mongolian instrument. That's like a Mongolian string instrument that sounds pretty cool as well. Yeah, it's because I was playing in fucking Kontakt. Why are you being so weird? Because I was playing in harmonic minor, basically. Oh, don't have that note. You can also do double harmonic. And it doesn't go that low though. That's a shame. The key switches are, I believe, let's see. That's tremolo, that's staccato, and pizzicato. Yeah, so just. That's a cool sound though, honestly. That's a cool sound though, honestly. Yeah. Pizzicato is pretty cool sounding too. Shame that it doesn't have that low note though. That low D. It's a shame that this one has a very limited range. But there's some really good patches in here that just sound really nice. What is a zongu? Let's check. And I'm gonna put a utility device in between here so I don't have to change the gain every time. Because they're recorded a little bit quiet. Honestly, of course, because they're for like more like film music kind of things, right? So they're quite quiet. Quietly recorded. Yeah, that's a pretty interesting one. There's also solo ones. I believe this one was pretty cool. The expressive erhu, which is like a Chinese string instrument. It's a bowed instrument though. I'm not sure if it's key tracking something though. Let's check. What is that? 87.5? Yeah. Holophonic true legato mode. What? How does that work then? Interesting. It's a bigger brother of the Eru. Ah, okay. So then Jingu, is that a smaller brother of the Eru? Not sure if that's smaller. I think it is because it's higher. I guess. And we also have a village Erhu. Not sure what the difference is between that then. Village Erhu. Oh, that one has a D as the lowest note. That's nice. This one, what does that sound like? String. That's a Mongolian instrument. Oh, it's quite low. Ooh, that's nice. Ah, why not? Come on. There we go. That's a really nice patch. I really like this one. Has a bit of a swell to it, which is good. It's nice for like more emotive sounding things, I guess. Well, we also got solo strings. Or was I in the solo strings? Yeah, I was in the solo strings. And then we got ensembles. Then we have the plug strings as well. And we got winds. What do we got there, actually? Oh, there's also Japanese one. Shakuhati is Japanese. I thought it was only Chinese and Mongolian. But this is Japanese. What was it again? Let's see. There we go, Japanese skill. Sort of like a pentatonic scale, but different than the regular minor pentatonic. I forgot what it's called. I believe Insen scale, if I'm correct. It's kind of like the minor pentatonic, but slightly different. So. I do think still though I got a much better library for Shakuhati flutes. The one by what is it, from the Ventus series. That's a really good one. Sounds much better in my opinion. Has a lot more options. That one, it has a bigger range, and it also has all kinds of key switches for like breathier sounds and all kinds of stuff, which is really cool. Oh, was it the Ventus one? I've got two Shakuhati libraries, so could also be the other one. Which one was it? We got... Oh yeah, the one from Sonica. That is a really good one. That I really like. It just sounds... I don't know. It just sounds nicer, in my opinion. It has so many cool options. And it's really multi-sampled, this one. So you get like a ton of different... What is it? All kinds of like weird key switches that you press while you're already playing a note, and then it triggers like a breathier sound, which is really cool. And it makes for really realistic sort of like things as well that you cannot really do with the other library. That one is much louder though, recorded, so... But, what was it again? So we had these key switches here, I think. See? Those trigger different sort of like articulations. But also while you're playing a note. Which is really cool. Because that makes for like, you can just start with something like this, which is what? Tonguing? Or like you can start with a grace note. And then trigger a different one like that. To kind of change it. So most libraries in Kontakt work in a different way, where you press the key switch, and then the next note that you play plays with that particular articulation. But this one has those key switches as well. These red ones are just like regular key switches. But these purple ones are all to be used when you're already playing a note. And then it just changes the sound, which is so awesome. It's something I haven't seen in any of the other Shakuhati libraries. And I love that. It's so good. Back when I was doing the City Skylines videos, I was using this one for the soundtrack stuff for those videos, because it's so good. And I needed more realistic sounding stuff for that, of course, because I had this intro video with the, what was it, the Koto, and then this played on Shakuhati played on top with some taiko drums as well, I believe. And this one came in so handy with those key switches. Then what was that? We got portamento up, straight, and Atari. That's also nice. Got like a little extra thing in it. Oh, that's just a stop. Oh no, that's a different key switch. What is that? Improvisation. Ah, okay. Ah, yeah, you can also start with one of those. You don't have to play it while you're holding a note. You can also use it just regularly, I guess. But it's nice when you just start from something like that and then just go into like that sound, for instance. And I think the mod wheel also makes the sound more breathier. If I... Oh, fuck, that was the wrong thing. Try to get a breathier tone as well at the end. Which is really cool. Oh yeah, and then you got the different legato modes, which is really cool. Where are those? Those are these, I believe. You've got legato 1 and 2 are pretty straightforward, but then you got the legato Atari, which is so good. Atari basically is a little scoop up, so you get like a little pitch scoop between the notes. So... Oh, fuck. So you get a little... Instead of just a regular legato. Oh. Let's do a straight note. And we got legato 2, which one is quicker. And then this has that little scoop. And if you combine all of that together, you can make pretty realistic sounding stuff with this one. And it also comes with phrases, but I never really used the phrases, honestly. I think they're somewhere up there. It's more like examples, I guess. But they're pretty cool, though. You can even do like crazy microtonal stuff if you want. There's a lot of stuff in here actually. Below control, pitch bend, expression. I don't know. We're just exploring this thing at the moment, to be honest. But let's think. Let's see what we're gonna do with this, if we're gonna use it. I mean, we can. Let me just... Gonna have to play a different scale, though, but... I'm not sure if that's gonna be the right sound for this. Let's go back to what we had. What was it? I'm gonna go back to that. One in here. This one. And we had one in here that we liked. Which one was it? This one? Yeah. Oh, it actually pitches the percussion as well. Now, I just wished we could take out that higher thing, but we can't, so... Like, what I'm gonna do now, let's just grab this and do that. Let's take that off. There we go. We're just gonna grab that from it. It's a good sound for the start of the tune. It's like a good thing to start with. Just a little subby, sort of like impact thingy. We don't need that higher thing from it. I'm still getting some audio clicks every now and then. Is it because... Let me check. Is this turned on? No. Reduced latency when monitoring is not on, so that can be it. Every now and then I hear an audio crackle, click, drop out, but apparently it's not on your guys' end, it's only for me. So, not sure why that is. I'm not sure if I want to do this intro like that, but we'll figure that out later. We'll just move on. Go more towards this section here. You do hear it? Okay, good. Then it's not just on my end. That makes it a little bit more explainable. Yeah, it's very subtle. And when I'm opening stuff, or when I'm opening a window, that's when it happens. When I, like, open up a window of Kontakt or something like that. Okay, so I feel like whatever the intro is gonna do, this is just a temporary thing that might be used or might not be used, but for now it's there. I hear something after this that, let's think. Yeah, see, there was another one when I added a MIDI track. Really weird. Let's try keep this open. And let's do that again. Let's see if I can see what's happening. Come on. There was a click. A little audio dropout. Diagnostics. What is happening? Yeah, that shouldn't be the problem at this point. We're at 1024. I'll probably just unplug it after the stream and re-plug it back in, see what happens. 512, see what happens. Or maybe I just need to reboot my computer. Oh, there we go. Oh, definitely. You can, yeah, now it's, oh, it's actually... Is the faceplate Granular engine really CPU heavy, maybe? That could be the case. 61 milliseconds, 6.84. Because it does happen more when I turn the buffer size down. It's only using 20 on the CPU here though, so that's not too bad. Odd. I'll check it after the stream. Doesn't matter for now. We can deal with it. Yeah, RAM shouldn't be an issue either. I know. With 64 gigabyte, we're good. Bum, dun, 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 dun. I'm hearing some like dun 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 dun, some like hype thing. Let's oh fuck! I dropped it on the wrong track. Let's undo that. Is the Kontakt instrument still there? Yes, it is. Yeah, it still is. Okay, good. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's probably something else happening, but I'll figure it out. So what am I hearing? What was that phase randomizing thing you did with Serum? When you bring the phase knob all the way up, I mean, I can do it again. We're just gonna lose this position, but it's fine. We can find a different one. So when this is in stereo, so if we just have this this one just somewhere here, and it's in stereo, what you get is every note sounds slightly different. in terms of the phase of the unison, which is fine. Can be good. Actually, in this instance, it might actually just work because we made the sub perfectly mono. But if you don't have that, so let's say we just have a regular saw wave, something like that, then you can hear that the bass is really inconsistent, and we can see it as well if we look here at the top. Oh, it's actually... Uh-oh. Ah. That's weird. If I... What? If I hover over... I guess when that pop-up collapse, this panel pops up, it clicks. Yeah, it doesn't do it here. Huh? That's weird. Okay, whatever. But you can see it here as well, right? Let me just close that down. You can see it here as well. It's really inconsistent in the bass. The top is the mid channel, and the bottom is the side channel. So you can see it's really inconsistent in the mids, and it's also, there's quite a lot in the sides. So if we would sum this to mono, you can start hearing that certain notes sound more beefier than others. And that's because the bass is cancelling out on some of the notes while it's not on other notes. And you can see it as well, like the level goes down a lot on some notes. And then other notes are just have a good amount of bass. And that's because the phase is cancelling out. It just doesn't work properly. Yeah, I'll report that to millimeters. Yeah, that's weird. But I'll check first what happens if I restart my computer, because maybe my computer is just bugged at the moment. And there's just, I don't know, a memory leak that sticked around or something. You know, you never know. Always restart first and then try it again to see if you can replicate the issue before you file in a bug report. I learned that from doing a lot of bug reports over the years. The amount of times I filed in a bug report with like people from like a synth or something, or like developers of a synth, and they were like, well, I don't know, man, we can't really replicate it. And I was like, oh, weird, let me try again. Oh, it's gone. Like, what did you do? And I'm like, I don't know, the only thing I can think of is that I rebooted. And that happened so many times, so now I always think first reboot and then check again. But like, this is not really usable. It still happens as well here when a pop-up pops up, see? So, oh no. Weird. Well, whatever, let's go here. So first I turn it mono, so I can hear when it's sort of like in phase, and I can see that as well here, because then the bass shows up in the mid channel. And then I go here, and then if we bring the phase all the way up, you see that it suddenly turns into mem mode. That's memory. So it starts remembering the position of the phase, and then when you bring the random all the way up as well, it goes into memory trigger. And that's what you need to do. Having all these two all the way up, then it locks the phase. So now you can see all of these are exactly the same. Even though there's still unison on the fundamental as well. You can see that the bass is consistent. And then you can use this to find one that you like. So let's say, oh, that one is a bit beefier, right? That one is a bit thinner. And every time you do that, it triggers a new note, it finds a new position. You can see if we bring this down, it just starts doing the same thing again. But then if we bring it up, it locks that. And it's honestly, for making bass, it's such a good thing to have. Right now it's not that big of a deal, but when you start like distorting the crap out of something, and let's add some I don't know, we'll just do because you have a bit more of a complicated patch, you will start to hear a lot better what that is all doing. See? So it can be a really big difference between having like a very thin sound that really doesn't work as like a bit, well, this could still work if you process it right, but like that is a bit weird. It doesn't really sound that nice. Well, it could still sound good, but it's all how you process it. But you can get so many different sounds out of just one patch. And the beautiful part is, ooh, that one is nice, but the bass is a bit out of phase. You can see it as well. The bass is quieter than the harmonic above it, so the bass is slightly out of phase in this one. But the top sort of like harmonics sound kind of cool. So we could say, do that, remove that, so we keep those top harmonics with this unison, add a separate sign, and then we sort of like capture the best of both, and then playing with the phase of the sign, we can get that one either in phase or out of phase with the other oscillator. See, here it would be out of phase slightly, it's more in phase. God damn it. Holy shit. I'm sorry if that scared you. Damn. Oh. Whew. Oh, that feels better. I see you're cycling through possible phases to find a beefy one. Yeah, basically. And the great part is when you found one that you like, you can go back into here, into the global tab, and you can add some width back in, but just ever so subtle. So you can say like, oh, I just want a little bit of width in this one. You don't want to go too far, because the further you go, the more out of phase all the frequencies are going to become. Like if you go all the way up, it becomes really wide again. Might still sound good in mono though, we have to check. Still pretty decent, and because we have a mono sub oscillator, it still works perfectly fine. But it might be a little bit much width for a bass. So you could say like, okay, we'll just dial it back a bit. And that way you still get a bit of width, but you found a position on the phases that sound good in mono as well. So, damn. Yo, why did I do that? think that is the pattern that I was hearing. The out of phase thing depends on the frequency and the delay between delay difference between each channel too. What? I'm not entirely sure what you mean with that, mate. The only thing here is you just have the phase, right, of the starting position of the oscillators. That's what's represented here with that view. And of course, the detuning and the pitch difference is what creates the difference in pitch between the notes. So yeah, that's true. Like, I guess that is what you mean, the pitch. Yeah, of course, because there's detuning, so you've got that. But you can also do it without detuning if you just go in here and bring this down to 0. You're only gonna get the stereo difference between the voices, but then you don't get the movement in the sound. See, then it's a much more that way you get some movement in it as well. But you can make it static too. And this way you still get that out of phase sound, that's true. You still get that same sound if we go open this up a bit. And it can be pretty cool too. There's no pitch difference now between the notes, even though the detune is up. It does get a slightly different sound. But sometimes even 4 or something can be pretty cool. Those clicks are annoying me, mate. I need to figure out what's happening after the stream. Kinda. That's also pretty cool. Like utilizing that harmonic minor. That definitely gives build-up vibes. But we could also use that in a drop. So mute this one for now. But then it needs a different pattern. Then it needs the other pattern again, the old pattern. Where's that break? Oh, I removed it. So I can check. I can also come up with a pattern that would work with the drums that I have. Let's see. That would be maybe see if that will work. I can just make it here. That could work. Ooh, that's cool too. Oh, that's kind of cool. Kind of like that. I'll do it a different way. We can do that one. We can just modulate the Y of this one so that it does everything at once. Just do that and do that. We'll just now we might want to do a little say from there to oh fuck. Yeah, Ableton is really bugged. This is the envelope amount. It's kind of the amount because we're raising the peak. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Ableton is just bugged. let's see what happens if I reboot Ableton. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. It's just saying I'm bugged. I'm gonna click today. And it happens with all kind of weird shit. Like when I move windows around, when I add a track, when I hover over millimeters. It's weird. What's my GPU doing? My GPU dying. That could be an explanation. No. It's 40 degrees. That should be pretty good. Weird. Memory seems good too. CPU. Some threads on the CPU are doing quite a lot though. Oh. Well, maybe I should rebuild my computer. My computer has been turned on for 21 days. Probably time to do a reboot after the stream. After 21 days of uptime, there's probably bound to be something that is starting to, linger around. Is it a Windows update? I don't think so. No, there's no Windows update. Thank God. Windows updates is always it's always a scary moment. It's always a scary moment because sometimes when you do a Windows update, it screws up all your audio settings. Not always, but sometimes it decides to do that, and then suddenly, especially for me, like, well, nowadays it's not that big of a deal. When I still had the Focusrite interface and I was using the complicated like streaming setup for the audio, with like the voice meter and like several different drivers working together to get the audio to OBS, like it was a pain because it would just basically just revert all the audio settings to default, and then I would have to figure out again what the perfect setting was, because there was only one option, one combination of all the different drivers that worked. And it was a pain. And it was also not like, oh, you can just make a preset for it, because I had to set up like audio settings in Windows, then in Voice Meter, in Ableton, and everything had to be set correctly, otherwise it wouldn't work. And it was such a pain every time a Windows update came around. But now with the Moto, it's easy. I can just select whatever channel I want. It works. Yeah, that's the issue I have with Mac as well. That almost every update, it breaks a lot of software. And that's not the case with Windows. And with Windows, it's always a lot easier to revert as well, which with Mac is not that easy, I believe. I used Macs a lot when I was in art school, and they're great for that, you know? But yeah, other than that, I cannot justify going the Apple route, honestly. I like building a computer as well, so that kind of plays into the part. My entire computer I built myself because it's fun, you know? I mean, it's fun when you're doing it and when it finally works. If you're done building and you fire the thing up and then you get into an issue, that's a little bit less fun, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. I had a lot of fun building my computer. It was like I hadn't built a PC for like almost 10 years, I believe, so it was quite fun building this one. And I had some issues at first, but it was more like it wasn't an issue with the build itself. It was only an issue with the audio interface. Probably you need to shut down a PC. Yeah, I guess. I mean, Ableton is open, you can see it, but it's open. And if I now... Well, maybe you can still hear it, because you hear my voice as well, and it probably applies to my voice. So, I just can't hear it, because I don't hear my own voice when I speak. I don't have that turned on, because I don't like hearing my voice through my headphones. It's weird though, I don't know. I think it's just I need a reboot. Like, honestly, 21 days of uptime, that's quite a fucking lot. Yeah, I know how to do that. Don't you worry. I know how to do that. We'll just stick around with it for now, because if I do that now, then that's the end of the stream, you know. I'm not streaming with 2 PCs, so I do have an old PC still that maybe one day I can turn into like a streaming PC. Yeah, or at least it wants a little reboot, you know. But like, yeah, I still have an old PC, but I would need to buy some parts for it to turn that one into a streaming PC, because it's yeah. Is that the... Oh no, thank God, it's not the old Pentium. I was like, holy shit, it's not the Pentium, right? No, it's an what was it? Ah, yeah, it was one of the last good AMD CPUs before they went crap. It has an AMD Phenom 2 processor, which is quite an old one, but was pretty good one. It's a, what was it called? The 1090T, I believe. Maybe if I just upgrade that one a little bit, I can turn it into a streaming PC. No, but just like having a second PC that just handles the streaming part, so that you take a lot of load off this system that is running the audio, is running Ableton and shit. Because for just sending the video to a live stream, you don't need that good of a PC. That's not that big of a deal. It's when you start doing stuff together with it on the same computer that a lot of times it starts having issues, or it gets a lot more taxing. Like if you are playing games, then a lot of times you would want to have a second PC that handles the part of the stream itself, so that your gaming PC is free for the game, right? And you can just put all the maximum performance or the maximum power of your PC into that game, instead of having it also, you know, render all the stuff in OBS. Fucking mosquito. And I mean, it's not a bad PC, it's just an old one, but with a little bit of an upgrade, it could probably do well for a streaming PC. Okay. Come here. There you go. That was the mosquito. I'm running Intel. Because when I bought this computer, well, AMD was already out with the Ryzens, but it was more like the earlier Ryzen ones that were still having issues. So that's why I went MPE back then. Or MPE. No, I went Intel, yeah. Yeah, it's getting slightly hotter out here. Spring has started, you know? But I've already had mosquitoes like 2 months ago. Like, our weather has been getting a little bit hotter then, and then it gets cold again. Like, we had a bit of spring temperatures, and then it went back to winter temperatures, and now it's back to spring temperatures. Maybe that's also why I had a cold the past week. My nose was absolutely killing me in the last week. I just wasn't even capable of speaking normally at one point. It was just like, you know, like just having like I sound like a frog basically. I'm still not entirely, my voice is still not entirely back, but it's fine. Yeah, we still got the clicks. Well, yes, we do have a big giant pond in my street, so, and there's like little canals that run from that pond all the way through the neighborhood, basically. So, yeah, we do have water nearby. There's no water right behind my house, though. There's on the other side of my house, on the front part, but the window on the back of the house is open, not on the front. So, I don't know, but there's like a street behind me, and then behind the houses of that street, there's like a little canal running through the neighborhood. So, yeah, we do have water everywhere here, so, I mean, technically, I live below sea level, so, yeah. If the sea does rise, then I'm kind of fucked. But we're Dutch, so we'll probably figure that out. You know? We'll probably get that one sorted before that happens. That's what we're good at. Okay, what can we do to this thing? Let's put something on it. Let's put a thermal on it. It's still slow. I thought it had fixed it in the last update, but it didn't. See? I need to contact them again. See if we can figure it out. Yeah, mosquitoes are annoying. That's the one insect that can just go away, you know? I mean, they're food as well, so they do have a purpose, but I mean, maybe those insects can just eat something else. Yeah, okay, let's not use it. This is annoying me. Let's go, I need to use the Melda wave shaper more because it's so fucking good. You can basically create almost anything with it in terms of distortion. create like all kinds of... Yeah, Melda is free, but not all the devices come with the free bundle. They do have a paid bundle as well, which is quite expensive, but honestly, I can tell you it's definitely worth it. Because a lot of the devices in the paid bundle, which I think they have a couple of different bundles, and then depending on which one, you get like more devices or less devices. But the paid bundles have a lot of the devices in multiband mode, whereas the free bundle I don't think includes a lot of the multiband ones, if I remember correctly. And the multiband wave shaper is basically trash. It's basically trash too, but on steroids. Because if we go into here and if we right click, we get all of these modes. So we can do linear phase crossovers. We can do, well, all of these different crossover modes. We got control over the slope of the crossovers. We can do up to 6 bands in total. Maybe even more, I don't know. But I think 6 is the max. But like, there's so many different options with this compared to Trash 2. And of course, Trash 2 doesn't have, or this one doesn't have the convolution and stuff like that, but they have a separate device for convolution reverb. So you just add a convolution reverb in your chain from the Melda bundle, and you've got that part of Trash, right? So it's like they've got a ton of cool stuff. The convolution reverb is pretty cool as well. Was it the easy convolution, I think? Yeah. And this one also comes with a multiband version, so you got like a multiband convolution reverb, which is really cool. Was it this one though? Didn't they have another one? Was it the multiband one? I'm trying to check. I thought there was another. Maybe not. Maybe I thought there was one where you also had a little view of the impulse. Maybe that was the multiband one. Let's check. Yeah. So the multiband one had that view as well. Which is kind of nice to have. And then we can just Melda stuff is really good, honestly. And I use it way too little. So many options we got with the Melda plugins. Especially when you combine them, you know, you can basically create almost any signal chain. They got so many cool effects. The transformer effect is really cool. I like that one a lot. M transformer. That one is really cool. It's kind of like a pitch shifter and a frequency shifter in one, and a formant shifter. So we can pitch shift. We got frequency shift. And then you've got a formant shift in one device. So you can do like frequency shifting and pitch shifting at once, which is kind of cool. That one? Right? Yo. Oh, wait. Check. Oh, okay. Holy shit, we got a lot more here. What can we do with this all? Can we change the... So this applies to the impulse, right? Yes. Yeah. So yeah, you got a lot of control with this one, so it's quite interesting. Don't really use it a lot, but so you can do this multiband as well. So if we do that, or let's do that the other way around actually. Let's remove that band. Let's do that. Now obviously it doesn't key track, but can be cool. It's weird that it's not distorting here though anymore than that. Ah, there we go. So you get some pretty cool results, actually. It's weird, but you can get some pretty weird stuff. Can we... You can even tune it with that. It's just a shame that that's the case with any convolution reverb I found. The stretch parameter is never one that is good to automate. It would be great if that would work, but I haven't found a convolution reverb where that actually works that way. Most of the time when you automate the stretch, it has to recalculate the shape of the impulse response, so it stretches it right, so it just gives you audio dropouts when you do that, when you move it around while it's playing. It would be so cool if somebody can figure out how to make a convolution reverb with an actually automatable stretch parameter. That would be so fucking sick. Like if somebody can figure out a way that it sort of like smoothens that sound in a way, or I don't know, adds a delay, a latency to the plugin, so that, or maybe just that you turn on like a stretch knob or something. You just flick a button and then it adds an additional latency so that it has time to calculate it or something like that. That would be sick. So that you could automate the stretch parameter, because you get some really like atonal stuff. You can go from something tonal like this to something more, or you could just do like, you could do a pitch bend rise on this using the stretch, for instance. It's really interesting. Yeah, it's a pretty cool. Yeah, I know. I'm not entirely sure how much you would need, but probably a lot. What does the size limit do? Oh, that changes the length as well. Why the fuck is that? That's such a weird thing to have that set in. Oh no, wait, that's probably the maximum size of the impulse response. Like the maximum file size. So that you can limit it by how many megabytes it is? That's weird though. That's weird. But I mean, I guess why not? And can we modulate this one as well? Like, do we have... Oh, fuck. Multi-parameters, no. Meters. Toolbar. No, I don't see a modulation panel in this one. Some plugins have a modulation panel as well. I keep forgetting where it is. Oh, fuck. Impulse response. So that is a close thing. Sample. Meters. Utilities. Was it there? Utilities. Yeah, mod. So in the utility thing, you've got modulators as well. Then that opens up an additional window, which has like all kinds of modulators as well. So you got like all these things, which is pretty cool, because you got like envelope followers, all kinds of stuff basically. So you can have that and map it to parameters inside of the convolution reverb. Should we try that? See what happens. So band 2 has the convolution reverb. So if I go here, that opens another window. Band 2. Tap A. Stretch. Wait a second. Is this now? Okay, let's see if that actually does something. I don't see anything coming in here. Let's use... Oh, maybe we should probably send something... Should we? No, it should probably do that already. What am I missing? Is there a... Bandpass, projection, advanced. What do we get in there? Another window. Shouldn't it just have an audio input already? Let's check. So in here, the advanced settings. No. Where did I see that earlier? See, that's the one thing. There's so many different windows. Sometimes you kind of lose track of where things are. I saw something earlier with, like, different... Because we got that tab 1, or tab A, tab B, tab C. Where is that? Not here. What we got here? Well, that's just all the parameters, I guess. Yeah, that's just all the parameters. Huh? Where are the tabs of the reverb? Huh. Weird. Because we do get... If we're in the mod section... Oh, wait. I'm fucking stupid. I need to turn it on. Now it should do something. Oh. Well, we can actually do the stretch. It sounds like crap, but... Yeah, confirmed. It sounds like shit, but we can do it. Yeah, doesn't really work though. Not sure why it's an option if it sounds like that, if you start modulating it, but... I don't know. Like, what is the purpose of having modulation in the convolution reverb if any of those modulating things that you change kinda have to be recalculated? I don't really get it. Maybe it's just there because it's in almost all of the devices, in all of the plugins, but whatever. I don't know. It's weird. And I have to get used to these things being the close button of that window. But it's pretty cool though. There's a lot of cool things you can do with the convolution stuff in the Melda devices. Or just the Melda device in general. Like, there's so many interesting things. Okay, now I fucked this thing up. What happened? I just took that off. There we go. Be gone. But it sounds completely different than before. Huh? What? See, that's what I mean. Sometimes I don't really get it. Why is it different now? I'll move this again. It needs to be 200. See? Weird. Don't get it. Why is it now suddenly different from before? That doesn't make sense. Or am I missing something again? Probably. Probably. Don't know what though. Ah, pitch shift. That's it. So yeah, it's weird. There's a lot of cool things that you can do with this, and there's a lot of great devices. I haven't really even checked a lot of them, honestly. Well, some of them I use every now and then, but the ring mod is also pretty cool, I believe. Where is it? Ring mod. Because I think we can even do something like, well, I guess we could send MIDI into it as well, using one of the modulators. If we have modulators in this one. Are these modulators or macros? Multi-parameter. Don't see the regular modulators in this one though. No, I don't see the regular modulators in this one. So that's a bit of a shame, because I thought then, well, maybe there is a way to like send a MIDI note into this one so you key track the ring mod. There probably is a way, knowing the Melda plugins. So many cool things you can do with it, but I think I'm gonna stop streaming. It's 1:20 a.m. and I'm kind of tired. It was more like a chill stream anyway. I'll play around with some of the Melda stuff a little bit more, because yeah, there's a lot of great devices. The saturator sounds pretty good as well, the M saturator. But the wave shaper is a lot of fun. The multiband wave shaper is just, yeah, it's just great. I really like that one. You can sidechain, yeah, probably, but there's probably a way to get like MIDI tracking in it as well. Maybe in the multiband ring mod, because the multiband ones sometimes have more options than the non-multiband ones. Like, not just options regarding the bands, but also like additional options in terms of like stuff that you can do. Like, a lot of the multiband ones are like even more in-depth than the non-multiband version of the same device. So I think all the multiband ones have all the modulators as well, where you have like the MIDI tracking and I don't know what else, like envelope followers, regular envelopes, LFOs, and everything. And then those are really powerful if you combine all of that together. So good. Anyways, thanks for being here. I'll be back soon. Maybe I'll stream again this weekend if I feel like it. If I do, then it'll probably be on Sunday. I don't have to work, so I could stream on Sunday if I feel like it. If I do, I'll let you know in my Discord. So if you want to be a member of the Discord, then definitely come and join using the link in the chat. And you can also support me on Patreon, where I drop samples every month, and you can download those. So, and in the same, well, at the same time, you can help support these streams. So if you want to help me out, then Patreon is the place. It's I think right now, how many gigabytes of samples do we have at this point? Probably 8 or something. It's growing every month. It's getting more and more every month, and it's getting quite big at this point, the amount of samples that are on Patreon. But it's fine. I like it. Last month was a pack with atmosphere sounds. I can show you a couple. I made some atmosphere sounds in the last pack, which were all kind of like textural atmospheric sounds, just like taking like just like stuff like that. It's quite nice. Some really nice like and some other ones. And then other times there's like drums and breaks, and there's all kinds of stuff on Patreon now. So, thanks for being here again. Yeah, I don't really have much to play here, but I'll just play this intro because we don't really have much else. Thanks. Yeah, like I said, I'll be back soon. If I don't stream on Sunday, I'll stream on Friday next week. So Friday, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. And I'll be in the Discord after the stream as well. So if you wanna ask something or, I don't know, have a chat, I don't know, come hang out. I'll be there after the stream. Thanks for watching, and see you all in the next one. Peace.